gonna wait to see if I'm live. Also gonna change the tags here. I think I'll put more stuff later. It looks like I'm streaming. So what I'm gonna do today is continue to work on the poker tool. I think I'm gonna do the Italian thing first. I think I'm gonna spend a bunch of time today here. Hopefully, if my attention span doesn't, if my energy doesn't go low after a few hours or after the first, I think I'm gonna spend 2 hours working, and then I'm gonna do the Wim Hof method, and then another 2 hours, and then I'm gonna do a meditation, and I think I'm gonna continue to do like this in spans of 2 hours until I get too tired. And I was running this blockchain stuff here, and it was almost synchronizing everything, getting to the end. But then my computer crashed, and I had to restart. And once I restart, I didn't find anything that says how to go back, because I still had the database, but I couldn't find anything that said how to go back from a crash. And the only thing that I found was a flag command, purge db. You put a flag purge db, and then when these things happen, because there was a corruption in the database, but then the thing is it wiped out all of the data that I had. But when you do that I think the syncing is faster for some reason that I don't understand. It's on the book documentation for the Lighthouse node. But then I did that, and it was synchronizing a lot faster than before from the top. But then for some reason out of nowhere, my terminal crashed or quit, and I couldn't find the progress. I couldn't see the progress anymore. So I decided to just kill the process and restart everything again, and now it's working back from the beginning. But it looks like it's gonna take less time than it usually did, because I remember it was 5 days or something like that here. But the way that I think I'm gonna do it today, not today, from now on, is I'm gonna stop this process when I go to sleep and then start again when I wake up. And I'm gonna spend some time studying to see how to get this done. How I don't know if there is a way actually, but what I might do is download the project, the Lighthouse project, and study the files to understand how it works, the communication, how it works, and then based on that try to find a way to create or to be able to stop anytime I want, and then when I come back, so I don't have to redo everything from scratch. I can just get back from the place that I stopped, because that would be the ideal thing for me. And I think the way that it works is, first you update the Lighthouse node for the whole thing, which is around 100 or around 200 gigabytes of memory, and then after that is done, only after that is done, then the GIF client starts updating, which is the execution client, which has the most part of the memory, I think, the most part of the history. I think that's how it works. So I'm waiting for that. And I also got more memory, so hopefully that's gonna help as well. I think that's gonna help also when I'm building the poker simulations. I got 32 GB more of memory, RAM. And I think that's gonna help both poker and to build data analysis simulations for the blockchain as well, because it requires memory to run stuff on pandas and polars. And I was gonna do these EVM puzzles here as well, but then I cloned them into my computer, and I did this command here, and I didn't like the way that it is that much. Maybe I'll do them eventually, but I think I'm not gonna do them today, or I might not do them at all because I didn't like the way that it is structured. Pretty much when you put these commands, it passes a bunch of OP codes, and then it asks you to put the correct number, and there isn't a very clear explanation on what exactly how exactly it works, what you're trying to do, and I just don't think that is gonna be a high ROI to invest my time in doing this. I think it's much better to maybe paste contracts that I know into this, and or simple contracts, and then play around with the OP codes here. I think that's gonna be a better way to learn how the things that I want to know work. Oh, and also I'm probably gonna run MVV boost as well once the synchronization is finished. Which, as far as I understand now, MVV boost is the bridge between your node and the block builders. So it's kind of like a private layer or something like that, a private RPC point that allows you to send bundles to the block builders through your own node, I think. And that's what I'm planning to do. Yeah, so I'm gonna put some music and start doing this poker stuff here. I don't remember really well where I stopped, but I remember I was having some problems here with references last time I saw this, so it's probably gonna be difficult to figure out. Oh, actually, I'm gonna do the Italian stuff first because I haven't done the Italian thing in a long time. I pretty much only do it when I stream, so because off stream I'm doing a lot of other stuff, so it never feels like I managed to put the time to do this. I'm reading a bunch of scientific articles and trying to build things, so I don't have time. I think I'm gonna do this, and then I'm gonna train the terminal on the Shortcut Foo website because I also haven't been doing that.
Does.
Fa.
Fisso.
Fisso.
Set. Unchanging.
3.
3.
3.
Desiderare.
Desiderare.
Desire.
Aria.
Aria.
Air.
Bene.
Bene.
Well.
Anche.
Anche.
Also.
Giocare.
Giocare.
Play.
Piccolo.
Piccolo.
Small.
Fine.
Fine.
End.
Mettere.
Mettere.
Put.
Casa.
Casa.
Home.
Leggere.
Leggere.
Read.
Mano.
Mano.
Hand.
Portare.
Portare.
Carry.
Grande.
Grande.
Large.
Compitare.
Compitare.
Spell. Words.
Aggiungere.
Aggiungere.
Add.
Anche.
Anche.
Even. Also.
Terra.
Terra.
Land.
Qui.
Qui.
Here.
Devo.
Devo.
I must.
Grande.
Grande.
big,
alto,
alto,
high, tall,
tale,
tale,
such,
seguire,
seguire,
follow,
atto,
atto,
enact,
perché,
perché,
why,
chiedere,
chiedere,
ask,
maschi,
maschi,
men,
cambiamento,
cambiamento,
a change,
è andato,
è andato,
he, she went,
luce,
luce,
light,
tipo,
tipo,
kind of thing,
spento,
spento,
turned off,
bisogno,
bisogno,
need,
casa,
casa,
house,
immagine,
immagine,
image,
provare,
provare,
try,
noi,
noi,
us,
di nuovo,
di nuovo,
again,
animale,
animale,
animal,
punto,
punto,
point,
madre,
madre,
mother,
mondo,
mondo,
world,
vicino,
vicino,
near,
costruire,
costruire,
build,
se stesso,
se stesso,
himself,
terra,
terra,
earth,
padre,
padre.
father,
This one seems more interesting than the first one. More complicated words. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna do this stuff here. I also forgot, I was doing this sometime and I forgot some of them. I not really forgot that much, but I couldn't remember one or two of them. So I think I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do these three ones here, the test directly. Then I'm gonna do the terminal ones. And after that, I'm gonna start the poker stuff. And I don't think I'm gonna spend a bunch of time on this. The subscription is gonna end on 29, and I don't think I'm gonna spend a lot of time on this because it's not that expensive. So later on, maybe 6 months from now or 1 year from now, I can get this again and focus on this again when I have more time. Or maybe this is full barging. It was ZT there. It was a typo.
If I clap my hands hard enough, could I make it disappear like a conjurer?
I think I'm gonna practice some typing as well.
When I clap my hands, it's like medicine. And everything I'm going through is irrelevant. If I clap my hands hard
Fuck.
enough,
This one.
could it drown the sound of your heart?
I don't use these many commands when I'm actually doing stuff, so I forgot the ones that I'm not using. And that's why I wanted to do this, so remind myself a little bit. Oh fuck, that was caps lock R, I think. This one I can't get correct because of the mouse. Not the mouse, the keyboard layout.
When I clap my hands, it's like medicine. And everything I'm going through is irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
This one I'm not sure if it was MA or this apostrophe A. I remember I was confusing them. But it is one that I'm not using at all when I code. Maybe I should be using. I think is you use it to mark the position. Mark not set. Yeah, so I got it incorrect, I think. But MA is not doing anything as well. Oh, so now it goes there. Okay, so MA is to mark the position, and then apostrophe A goes to the marked position. So if I press MA here, then apostrophe A goes back to the line. So I got it there, got it twisted there. And that's a useful one that I'm not using that much. Maybe I should write it down so I remember. It's kind of difficult to remember which one to use when you're doing stuff.
If I clap my hands, could it drown the sound of your harsh love? When I clap my hands, it's like medicine. And everything I'm going through is irrelevant. Is irrelevant. Is irrelevant.
This is this one. Also don't use this one at all. Move to first non-white space character. Also don't use this, but maybe I should be using this one. Yeah, this one was a typo. This one also a typo. This is for the keyboard layout, and this one I got wrong, but then I realized right after. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna move on to the next one. This one I don't remember really well, but I think is either a small case N or caps lock N. I'll go with this one. And this one is this. Always, yeah, that one was wrong, was probably the S here, because it's on the line. Yeah, now is this one. Oh fuck. So that one I forgot. Fuck. That was a 0, also typo. And this one I can get correct. Was W. Yeah, this one I'm getting a lot of them wrong. Oh, that was also incorrect. This one's probably caps lock M. I got a bunch of them wrong on this one. At this, I got it twisted with the last one. With this one here. Yeah, but most of these are typos. Yeah, it's actually all typos, the one that I got incorrect. The ones I was unsure about was these ones at the end, search previous and search next. But I remembered. So I think I'm gonna move on to the next one. Not gonna spend a bunch of time on this. And this is this. Yeah, this is what I'm not sure, but I think it's this. I don't remember.
Let me tell you about a little situation. It's been testing my patience, man. She was keeping me up all night. 'Cause you only get so far reading faces.
This one was confusing, I remember that, but I don't remember really well the order of them. I know that it's Control X, Control P, Control something, Control O or something like that. But I don't remember really well which one is which. I remember writing this one down, but I can't remember which one is which. I think this is Control. Is there Control P? I don't remember the other. Whatever. Also not sure about this one. Not sure if I should put help commands at the end. Yeah, like this. I think I don't remember them really well because I knew as I was doing that I'm not gonna use them right now. So maybe I placed a lower level of importance to them. Because they are related to the VM ID. I think the forward one is Control X, but this one I don't remember. It's Control U, Control. I don't think it's Control O because Control O is for moving to older position. Control I is for moving to new position. But I forgot the other one. Yeah, I forgot this one. Yeah, this one I think is Control X, but I'm not sure. Wish there was a way to select the ones that I wanna train. Oh, this one I forgot as well. Maybe this was Vim T Man, something like that. I don't remember. And this is this. Also have no idea about this one. Start editing or full is the file. Yeah, I have no idea. I don't remember this one, but I think it's like this. I have no idea. I'm gonna try this one. No, so this one is Control. Isn't Control the other move shoulder position?
That she thought she could understand. But that was way before her heart was broken by a man. Oh, she's crying. Ooh, I see her dying. The clouds are coming in and then she cries into a river. Stars are shining.
Oh, this.
Only
Okay, I
when
forgot.
you see her, oh, she's hiding. Inside you see she's
VMT.
trying.
I knew that some of this, one of these had this Vim, but I couldn't remember which one was it. Start editing full is the fun. And this is whatever. Oh, so the Control X one I got it correct, and the Control P as well. Yeah, this is the thing. Move shoulder position, Control. But the other is also Control. That's what's weird. So I guess it depends on the mode. you are in.
Love is like a storm.
That's the difference.
You're alone.
Let me see. Control here. Oh, it doesn't work. Oh, that's because I have the control disabled for the VS Code. So the control commands don't work. But I think the MA is the most useful one, because I remember several times I wanted to go back to the line, but I was only using the two apostrophes to go back to the previous position. But I didn't remember the MA, so I'm gonna try to remember this one. I don't think I'm gonna do this again because I don't want to spend a bunch of time on this. I'm gonna start working on the poker stuff. If I remember correctly, the problem I was getting is the life of this thing here, because I'm initializing the player here, and then the values outlast this value here, because this is a borrowed value. So I think that the compiler throws it out of memory once it reaches this point or this point, but then the player is supposed to keep going. So this value is going to be a reference to something that doesn't exist anymore. There's a possibly an initialized position. Oh, the other thing that I did here was because I wanted to return a tuple with both the position and the ID of the action. To figure out what are the positions of the players. And then the way you return multiple values in Rust is using a tuple. So I created a struct to return the tuple, and I initialized the struct here with the ID and the position that was matched when I pass in the values for this function. It's complaining that it might not be initialized. Possibly an initialized ID and position. But I don't understand why this is a problem, since I'm matching everything here. And if it doesn't fall into any match, it's gonna throw a panic. Oh, the ID, I get it, because the ID is only if contains, so I'm not handling a case where there is none of these things on the line. So maybe if I put announce here. Yeah, but that's the problem, because but it doesn't matter anyway, because I'm always gonna pass a line that contains these values. to the function. Or maybe I can just throw a panic here. Yeah, but then I don't know if it's gonna stop complaining. That's the thing. And the position is probably complaining because I'm matching here, but I don't see... Because... Oh yeah, it's probably because of the same thing actually. Because if the line that I pass is not... Neither one of these patterns is contained on the line that I pass. Should this current player here. The current player doesn't contain any of this. Then the values are not initialized and it's gonna do this. So maybe by putting this here, it's gonna fix these ones. And then this is the most difficult one that I spent some time thinking I remember, but I couldn't figure out what to do about it because it might be very problematic because I might have to redo the whole logic because I did this based upon the premise that I was gonna be able to initialize the player here. Yeah, because if this worked, I was gonna put else if player ID contains P2 or P3 and so on, and then initialize the players on this because this is the line where they show up. Yeah, so player seats are the ones that are gonna be in the hand. And then I can do if contains for any of the patterns that I'm looking for. And initialize the players here, but if I can't initialize the players here, then I have to change the whole logic of the thing that I'm doing because I have to think about how I'm gonna do that. Maybe, yeah, but the thing is, maybe I initialize them outside of the loop, and then like when I'm initializing them here, player 1, then I already initialize as a player and put empty values, and then I just update the values. Maybe that's a solution. Yeah, I think that's probably gonna work, hopefully. Because the issue here is how long do they live, I think. Borrow value does not live long enough. Because this value comes from the function call. And then I'm borrowing this, but then it's gonna be thrown out, I think, once it reaches this point here. Borrow might be used here, player owns drops and run the structure. Yeah, that's I think that's what is happening. I think I'm gonna be right back. I think I tried to remove the reference here as well and do, or put the reference here and do dereferencing as well. And I also thought about putting this as a string and not as a string slice. But then I decided for some reason that maybe it's because the string lives longer and is not very efficient. It's better to do the string slice. Yeah, so I have both the problem for this and for the chips because it's the same thing. I think I'm gonna try to do what I was talking about, which is to initialize this outside and then update the values here. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna be a problem because each iteration I'm gonna be updating the values, which is gonna erase the previous one. But yeah, maybe it's gonna be a problem because that's the thing that I don't understand is because I'm planning on creating these values for each iteration and then appending them to a vector. And then, but I'm gonna renew the values each iteration. So I'm not sure if it's gonna be a problem because one of the values is gonna be inside of the vector and the other as I update the values for the other one. So I'm not sure if that's gonna mess up the values that already exist in the vector. Yeah, that's the reason why I did this function here. Then I get the player ID and position. Then I match the ID and I find the position that way. Yeah, so if the player ID is 1, that means it's player 1, based on the function. And yeah, I'm getting the position based on the round, which is the line number, action ID. And based on the action ID, I'm gonna match on the main function here, on this function. Action, current action. So if the action is 1, then it's small blind, choose big blind, and so on. And I don't remember if I did the round 1. Okay, I think I did the round 1. This is the problem because the number of players is gonna vary from hand to hand. So some hands might be the case there are less than 6 players. And if that's the case, then it's gonna change how many positions I want. And then I remember calculating how many steps do I want, which positions I want to remove. And then I did the calculation to remove those positions based on the ID here. So when there's less than 6 players, it's gonna, instead of counting from EP, it's gonna get the distance from whatever number of players exists and 6. So 6 minus the number of players that exist, and it's gonna jump that. So if there are 4 players, it's gonna jump 2 positions. So it's gonna go directly from big blind to cut off by the action ID. So it increases the action ID by the distance there. I think that's what I did here. Yeah, if player count is equal to 6, then I just do the normal counting. Because I'm gonna get each position for each player on the round 1, which is the sequence here. So So round 0 is small blind, big blind, and round 1 is gonna go from up until the action 6. It's gonna go linearly for each player. So action 3 is gonna be under the gun and so on for the 6 players. And that's the case when there's less players, where I take the difference there and go on until the amount of players, till action ID reaches the amount of players. And that should take care of getting the... So I think this part is probably correct. It's just trying to remove this from here and putting this on the initialization here. And then I can do like this. I'm gonna initialize with empty values. Try to do that. And then I update the values there. Yeah, but I'm not sure if that's gonna solve anything, because there's probably still gonna be the problem where I'm borrowing the thing. That's the issue. Also remember trying to specify lifetimes for these values, but it didn't work. I think I'm still gonna get the same mistake probably. Also, let's should. Also, I can't do that. Oh no, yeah, I'm doing it the wrong way. This player equals to this. So at least I fixed the function, the problem with this function here, I think. Yeah, but I still get the same error there, same problem. This 273. This is also a problem. Oh, but this one I solved by actually creating the player up there. So creating the player up there is probably better. Because now I'm only getting it for player 2, player 3, player 4, 5. Borrow value does not live long enough. Hmm. And why does it matter that it's dropped? Oh, maybe it's dropped here. No, it's 411. Hmm. I guess I did this way because I'm trying to get the actions based on the round numbers. There's also this problem that I didn't realize. That as I do this... Oh no, I'm actually pushing the action to the player, so that's fine. Yeah, I think I remember now. Because these ones are more simple because I don't need to get the position. And then I was gonna append, I was gonna do the same thing that I was doing here for these ones. But I still need the player here. Because I need to know for what player I'm gonna append. Yeah, this is the part that I didn't work on, but I think I was gonna work on, which is the other rounds. Yeah, but it's saying that the value goes out of scope once it falls out of this else if statement here. This value. But I don't understand why this is a problem. Because it's saying that it's using on this line here. It's used here, so it's borrowed here, used here. stuck in this one probably. What if I dereference this with the asterisk or star? I think I'm gonna do, the first thing that I'm gonna do is initialize all of them. And then see if that removes some of the warnings there. I also think display chips here are necessary. Yeah, I think I'm gonna remove this. The reason why I created this stuff here is so that, because I thought that I was gonna, since I was gonna update but at each iteration, it's better to initialize them here, but I don't think that's necessary. Because as I initialize on the inside of the loop, it's gonna change anyway. I'm gonna compile again and see if some of the mistakes are dropped. Okay, all of the other mistakes are done. Which line is this? Fortune. Yeah, so it's for this ID here. I'm not handling the default case. Let's see if that handles that mistake. Okay, a lot less mistakes. So the last ones and most difficult ones are this not live long enough. Here. What if I do this, it's not gonna work as well. That's the problem. Because it's gonna say the same thing. I think the easiest thing to do is make it as a string instead. Yeah. I'm gonna try to make it as a string. If it doesn't work, then it's gonna be really difficult to figure out. I guess all of them have to be strings then. And then when I initialize, I have to initialize them as strings. Oh, it's not this one. I think worst case scenario, I'm gonna do this on Python instead because it's easier. And hopefully I don't have to do that. And position. Okay, seems like the other errors are gone. So now is the other problem with this one. Oh, it's up here. Because I'm borrowing this value and then it doesn't leave it long enough. What if I just if I pass like this, it's gonna complain because this is string slice, but then I'm gonna change there, just see if that works as well. But the issue with doing things like this is that I'm not sure if it's gonna mess up the whole thing in the end, because then I'm gonna have big problems if I continue to do this and then I realize that these lifetimes mess it up because of the final vector that I want to keep the information. Yeah, so true 58, 78. Oh, that's the other calls. This has been a lot more difficult than I thought it would be. Which is good because then I learn things. Okay, so finally it ran, but it looks like it's panicking at some point. Oh, it's on another file. The most difficult part is the lifetimes and the references, because there's so many, and it's hard to keep track of everything that's going on. But how do I know where it panicked? Maybe it's saying line 68? That's 68. So I guess I can try to print here, just see. It looks like when I pass a 0 as the pattern. So the text is the line, and then I'm using the regex for the variable. Maybe it's because I'm initializing it here. So it's probably the number that I'm getting. And then I'm matching the 0. Let me see where I'm calling this function. It's a hand value. It's here. I guess it probably has to do with these variables here, but I'm not sure because I wasn't getting this problem before, so it makes me think there's something to do with the way that I'm passing this and the stuff that I removed, the references that I removed. That if it is for the references, then it's gonna be really difficult to debug because it's gonna have to do with the lifetime of all of this stuff. So that's really difficult. Because now that I'm passing it as a string, but I don't remember if I changed that one. I think I just changed this one. This is still a string slice and string. So I'm not really sure because I wasn't getting this error before. Maybe I'll try to print here. And this is the problem. Also, probably. But this is saying 0 here, so it might not be here. Because this is actual number 1. But now it's saying line 70, so it must be here. Because I'm printing the. Oh, but even. Because this should be 1 here, if I'm passing the number. So there is no 0. It's probably when I'm getting the sum. I guess I can. I'm gonna print the pattern actually. Probably gonna give more clues. I think it's when I'm passing the sum and something is happening because of the way that I'm doing this thing here. No, it's the name. Oh, I don't understand why it's printing 0 there. If it's failing at the name. It's printing a string of 0. Yeah, so it must be something to do with references. And the tricky thing is think about where I'm calling that function that it is giving me the wrong thing. I also just realized that I'm initializing route scope as a string, and then I'm making it equal to round number. But maybe round number is probably a string as well, so it makes sense. Oh, that's why it's printing 0 there. It's because I'm printing here round scope. Okay. So it's failing on the 0 rounds and for the player. And it's player 1 that is failing. It has to be on this line here. Yes. Probably not, because the rounds, yeah, it's hitting the rounds, so it shouldn't be on this line. Maybe it's because I'm pressing the string. Yeah, but I don't know, I don't understand how that would be the difference, because when the function finishes executing, it's probably throwing away the value, but maybe not. That's the thing that I'm struggling to understand, I think. So when I call this function, what exactly, like how does it work in memory when it makes this value equal to this function here? But it's a difficult thing to search for as well, to understand. Because it's passing through this line and then going over this. Then it reaches these lines. Yeah, then calls the function. Then it reaches rounds, prints the rounds, and then it gets to the action. So it must be on this one, and yeah, so it must be this here that is failing. Which it should be a different iteration of the loop, because it's a different line. And that's why I think that my understanding of how the memory works is off, because I think, but I don't remember changing this. I don't think I changed this function. I just changed the other ones. Possibly be wrong with this. It has to be because of the pattern. It doesn't find the pattern. That's weird variable. Pattern, I'm passing the name, so it should match. Oh, it's because it's player, it's not name here. Huh. That's why. Because I'm passing the name and it's supposed to be player. So now I'm trying to think if it's better to change this pattern to name or to pass player there instead of name. It's action player. No, I think it's better to change in here. Which should be player. Yeah, but I have to remember that. I'm gonna put some comment here. Is this the problem? Yeah, I think it is because I'm inside the action and there is no name in the line. Yeah, so this is the problem. Okay, now it should work. Yeah, but I only need to call that one time because it's gonna be the same player for every action, and the rounds are gonna change, but they are inside of the actions. So the player gets initialized on the... You get which player it is. Yeah, so then... Oh, okay, I think I remember what I was gonna do. I was gonna match the player name inside of the other rounds, since I don't need to get the position. I could just match the players inside of these rounds, and then depending on which player it is, I append the action. And the action is the only thing that is gonna be different on the other rounds, since I already have the position and the stack size that they began in the stack size they had in the beginning of the hand. Yeah, let's hope that this runs. Okay, now round one. And it's failing again. So it must be inside of this thing here. It's probably the same thing that somehow I forgot somewhere. Which time? 161. It's probably this call here. Yeah, 161 is here. Oh, so it didn't match any players. Current player. Oh, thanks. Player name. Yeah, but it works here. I guess it's because it's gonna be a different player. Oh, but oh no, it's running. It's just panicking. So the prints should work, I think. There's a player 6. P6. I forgot P6 there. I think I forgot. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, but you think that it doesn't make sense for me to... Oh, but I guess in what position? Because it's only 6 players you have, so... Yeah, but I guess it makes sense. Because I think the way that they do it, depending on which position the hero is at, it changes the number of the player. Maybe the players are already mapped to the position. But I can't say that for sure, that's the problem. Or maybe player 2... Yeah, here... Well, no. Here's player 6. That is on the big blind, so it doesn't make sense. Yeah. Now I'm gonna check to see if I forgot this in the other parts. Yeah, but I don't think so. Yeah, hopefully it works now. And I'm gonna start thinking about that whenever I'm coding with Python as well. Because this is something that I didn't realize, but it's probably better to always handle the default cases because of this. Because if I didn't do this, then it would run and I wouldn't realize that I got this wrong, and then it would be much harder to debug after. So it's probably a very good thing that the compiler complains about this. But I didn't think about this because I thought that I would only pass things that exist here, but obviously it could go wrong as it happened here. '98. So this one. So now it's not finding the position. So current action for player 1. So maybe it's probably on the same line of this mistake. So, but it's on round 1, so it's probably here. No, this is the rand values. Rand values. Let's see what function it is. No, 98. Yeah, it's the find position function. 98. Find position. So it's here probably. Oh, I just realized. Oh no, it's probably... Yeah, what's probably happening is that it's passing an action that is greater than 6. That's the problem. But then I don't need to change this, I have to change the logic here. That's gonna be the problem. Because it means that I'm not counting correctly the excess of players there. Because the maximum action should be 6 that I passed through this. So maybe the if logic is incorrect. Go right back. So it does look like I'm getting the correct action there, 6. Or maybe it's easier to print here. But I do think I'm receiving the correct action, so I'm not sure why it's not matching here. And it's saying line 98. Well, let me run again. I should probably remove the print statement in the other one. Here. Oh, 7. Interesting. So it's not here. It must be here. Yeah, so this calculation is off. Player count is lower than 6 and player count lower than or equal to action ID. I don't understand how though. Because player count should be always less than 6. Oh, it's because I'm making the position ID here. So player count should be less than 6. It's this calculation that is off. I think the if statement is correct. So maybe what I should print is action ID instead of the position ID. And player count as well. Now player count I can figure out. Yeah, maybe not actually. Oh yes, because I have the position. The position ID is gonna be 7. Let me run this and see what do I get. Maybe it's better, but I have both just to the map. I was gonna say it might be better to print player count, but I don't know both by knowing the action ID. Action ID is 6. So player count. It's 5. On 6. 1, 5. Five minus 6 is 1. That's action ID 6. How many IDs to skip? 6 minus player count. When there are less players than 6, do this calculation should skip the missing positions on the function. If players are missing, it will go directly to cut off instead of making the entry action and they will be the EP. So I'm trying to think whether or not I should change the condition to be more conservative or the calculation here. Because obviously it's gonna matter, so I'm gonna get the correct positions. In this case I think I have 5 players and I'm getting action 7, which means I'm counting incorrectly. Because it should be 6. So I get player 1, Euro picture. So I should be including this player 1 here because oh no, it is included here already. So maybe all I have to do is make less than action ID. No. This player count is equal to 5, actually this, not just 7. Actually, how is it passing here? Or maybe it's the other way around, actually. No, that doesn't make sense. Oh wait, yeah, maybe it's the other way around. Greater than or equal to. Oh, that should be greater than, I think. But yeah, because in this case it would be 5. There's 5 players and I'm counting 6. Now let's run like this and see what happens. I think this calculation is correct because I'm subtracting the player count from 6, which is the maximum, and that's gonna be the delta from which I increase the action ID. Yeah, now it seems to be working. Nice. Yeah, but I still don't know if it is working in the way that I want it to work. The other things that I have to work is on the cards. It's gonna be hard, and also finishing this stuff here as well. So I need to match the player name here for all of them, and then based on the player name. But I think this is working, and I think this is correct. Because I am making it equal, so it's probably not overcounting, because if it was overcounting, it was gonna panic. And since I'm making it equal, I think that's fine. And here the calculation seems correct, because I'm getting the delta and increasing by action ID, which skips the position that I don't wanna include. So I think this is correct now. The only thing that I'm concerned about is when I'm making the hands, if I'm gonna have a bunch of problems because of the lifetimes. That's gonna be very difficult. Yeah, so now what I'm gonna do is match the player name and finish this. I think that's the only thing that I have to do to finish each hand. Trying to see if I didn't miss anything. There is something that might be wrong, but I didn't think about. So V is the bet amount for each action. Action ID is the ID to keep track so I can figure out the line later on. Pre-flop is the street. Round is the street. The thing that is missing is the cards. The pre-flop is not gonna have cards. But round one is supposed to have cards, I think. Yeah, that's gonna be very difficult as well. Because now I remember. Because I'm gonna have to do different regex to get the cards, I think. Should I do that, or maybe I should match the player first? And in round 1 and round 2 I'm already pushing the actions. And that's all I have to do for each round. And then on the other ones, it's gonna be cards. So I have to do the cards. I think I'm gonna put this in the comments. I'm gonna match the player first. Oh, I can't match, that's the problem. I have to do else if statements to see if it contains or not, I think. And player names gonna be maybe I can split the name based on the thing here. That's probably better. And then I match. There are some places that I did this, I think here, yeah. I think I'm gonna try to do that, it's probably better. The only thing that I don't like about doing this is that I'm not sure if each one is gonna have the same pattern, but I think it's gonna have the same pattern. Yeah, so now I'm getting the... You guys are just gonna use the same. And I'm doing this so I can match here. Alright, it's like this. I'm gonna test on this first, and then if it works, I copy this. Oh, actually, I guess I can put this on the beginning there, actually, now that I think about it. It's probably better. Oh, forgot that I can't delete because it's gonna remove from the copy, from the Ctrl V. So if I put here and then I match these names on each round. Yeah, then after that I focus on the hands. Oh, I forgot to put the default case. Oh, I forgot to delete this as well. I'm just gonna, it's gonna give me the same error, but... And I also need to see if... Yeah, it's gonna be hero with the caps lock, so that's fine. I'm also gonna handle the default here, which is to panic. So it's saying that is type struct. I don't understand why. No, it's probably because I'm getting the same name here. And I don't have player 6 as well. Huh. Just realized. I'm gonna have to add player 6. Because otherwise I'm gonna get the wrong name. Let me think. Oh, and this one I also realized now that I'm matching based on the ID. And if it is 6, I'm putting... Oh, but maybe this is because of the function. Find player name, player ID. Find position. Oh no. Player 1, player 2, player 3, player 4. Oh, I'm not changing the ID here. So I also need to change this. When I add player 6 here. Is there anywhere that I need to change this? Probably not. Fuck. Yeah, now I think that's all of that. I think that's fixed now. You know, the other problem is the string slice and the thing. So this thing I have to change, I think. I just didn't wanna, or maybe I should do the other way around actually. Change the name of this, because then I don't have to change it everywhere. Let's see if that works. Maybe this is gonna give me problems because of the lifetime. If it does that, then I'm gonna... Or maybe I should just put string here. It's probably easier. I'm gonna run like this first and then I'm gonna change later. Yeah, I want to change this string just because it's easier, because then I don't have to worry about the lifetime of the loop. And then I have to change all of the... Oh, thankfully I just did it on this one. I wonder if I can do this. No. I'll change this music as well. I'm just gonna finish this and then I'm gonna take a break to do the Wim Hof method. And I think the next time I'm gonna do 50 minutes and then I'm gonna take another break. I can tell that I'm already getting kind of tired. So I'm gonna need to take more breaks in between. So I think I'm gonna change this close here, this pissing me off. Oh, so I can't do that. Oh, that's annoying. If I do these string slides there, I also think I'm gonna have problems with the lifetime. Maybe it works. Oh, so it doesn't change anything. So one option is to change here and then figure out later. Or, yeah. Then I do this. I don't think that's gonna work because of the lifetime, even if it does work here. It's kind of hard to search for, because I wanna clear this on the lifetimes of how return values of functions work on memory when it comes to lifetimes, but it's kind of hard to search for things like that. And I watched the video of that guy that everyone recommends, that's really good. I forgot his name. This guy here, but I still don't understand really well. I watched this video here I think 2 times already. Because it's a difficult thing to search for, it's kind of very specific as well. Okay, so it works, nice. It seems like, at least it doesn't break, so... I'm gonna copy this stuff and then I'm gonna take the break. It's kind of difficult to navigate only with Vim key bindings. I'm not sure how useful it is, to be honest, now that I learned, but I guess it's a good thing to learn because you don't lose anything by learning, so... But I don't know how efficient it is, how much it increases your efficiency. It doesn't seem like it increases your efficiency, it doesn't seem like it increases very much. And now I'm gonna try to run again. And then the last thing that I have to do is the cards before I build the hand. the vector and the hands for each iteration, which is gonna be in one of these patterns here. I think the hand's gonna be when he hits this point. Then he builds the hand with the information for the players and appends the hand to a vector outside, and then after I have the vector, then I can finally put the vector in a file, write the vector in a file, and then I can think about how I'm gonna use that structure, that data structure, to create the lines and the positions, and finally communicate with Pio to create the simulations. So it looks like it runs. Where do I want to begin to write the hands though? I think it's gonna be on round 1. Yeah. Because it doesn't show the cards for the hero on round 0. Which is better. It is easier, to be honest. Or maybe I created a whole different thing here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do it here, I think. Inside of these cards here. And then I'm gonna probably use the same logic that I used for the actions, where I'm gonna separate by rounds. And I'm gonna get the player name in the beginning. I get all the information in the beginning and I separate by rounds, and then I find the regex to get the value inside of here. And I'm gonna create another function because I don't want to mess up the function that I already have for the patterns. But maybe that's not that, because it would be better if I have the but then the issue is that it's gonna complicate everything else if I put it on the same function, because I'm gonna have to think about the cases where I don't have the cards. So maybe it's better to separate. I just copy the codes. It's not the best probably, but I don't want to spend a bunch of time on this, I think. So I'm just gonna create another function, and then I'm gonna do the same regex patterns and add this one to get the, or I call the other function to get these values, and then I call the function to get the cards separately by passing the values that I want. Or maybe I don't need to pass the values as well. I just need to pass the line, and then I put the regex. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. So when I come back, I'm gonna be right back. Then I'll come back when I'm gonna do the Wim Hof thing. I can't do it. Sometimes I can't do it all the way. I can hold my breath all the way, so I have to breathe first. But that's fine, I think. I'll fix this monitor later. I'm also gonna put a different the smaller headset for that, because it's better. Shorter break, or shorter time after the next break. So I do the Wim Hof again. Yeah, so here I'll go back to this. What I need to do is the cards now. Let's match everything. Yeah, remember there is a difference between pockets and... So pockets is the cards for the players. Oh, that's something I have to think about as well. Now that I just realized that. Because how I'm gonna... I have to cache the cards somehow because the cards come up first. That's gonna be difficult. I just realized that. As for the small blind, the big blind is fine. But oh, actually I don't need to because I already have the players actually. Because I'm initializing the players here. So all I have to do is match the player. So I'm gonna do the same stuff that I'm doing here. I wonder if I use the same name. I guess it doesn't matter. Yeah, so I'm gonna use the same stuff that I did here. And then I match the name. Yeah, match the name inside of here. And I'm probably gonna do an else statement because if it is not the pocket, it's gonna be the other ones. Oh, let me think about it. Cards. Okay, so it's still on cards.
Looks like there's rain up ahead. Like there's a crack in the heavens.
Oh, so the other is by street.
Like I can tell in my
Let's see if I have type here.
if you could see me now,
I have type.
I'd probably let you down.
So what I can do is pass type instead and then match based on type.
You got me begging, baby.
Instead of doing if line contains.
Looks like I'm on my knees again.
Yeah.
Feels like the walls are closing in. Looks like I'm on my knees again.
I don't know what type though I'm gonna do. Maybe it's probably string because otherwise I'm gonna have problems.
Looks like the tables have turned. Like there's a change in the weather.
Then I'm gonna match type and then I do another match inside it. I think that's the best way to do it. Because there's gonna be pockets, flop, turn and river.
You got me begging, baby. Looks like I'm on my knees again.
I'm just trying to think about the type here, if it is gonna be a string or not. I guess, yeah, that's what I have to see here. I think I'm gonna have to change the type of the rounds. Pre-flop cards. This is what I'm trying to think, is how I'm gonna connect the cards with the rounds. If I have to initialize them on different places. Now this one doesn't matter because it doesn't have cards. But here I'm gonna have to put the cards for. No, I guess it's not that. Yeah, but then it's gonna change. Because depending on which if I put string there, I have to change the type in the cards here. And I think I'm gonna have to do that because otherwise I'm gonna get the same problem I was getting before where the values change, so I think I'm gonna change the type already. I should be using this to move. It's easier. And I'll go back through here. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna try matching. It's easier. If it doesn't work, then I'll do the else if statements. Oh, I'm gonna have the problem where it's gonna happen the same stuff here. Because I'm gonna be matching a string slice with a string slice here with the string here. Oh, maybe this one can be a string slice. I also forgot this. Or oh, I have to match the name, I think. Yeah, match name. I guess I can copy from the other one that I already did. I'm probably gonna call the function for the cards outside. So I'm just gonna make the function now. Change this first. Make sure that it complains if I just realized that I should have just copied this stuff. Now I'm gonna have to change on all of them. Oh, it's cards as well. Yeah, now I'm gonna create the name of the function to create the cards. I think I'm just gonna put find cards. It's gonna accept a line or text. Use the same. Oh, I should mark the position there so I can go back. Now it's too late. The text and pattern. Or maybe I just copy this. It's easier. The only difference is the pattern. Actually, I don't think I'm gonna be passing a pattern. That's the thing. The cards are always inside of this here, so I need to create a regex that gets this pattern here. Gets whatever is inside of the marks there. So I don't think I'm gonna need this. And I don't think I'm gonna need this stuff. Oh, but I need to transform the regex into a string as well. It's annoying. Also need to remember change the name.
Am I even human? I'm not even used to this no more. Isn't that I need you? Isn't that more than I was before?
Alright, I think the only difference here is I'm gonna do this. And then I remove this. Yeah. Because I don't have two regex that I'm gonna use. But then I'm thinking because I shouldn't have this match as well, so I mean, the rev variable is gonna be the value in this case, I think. And then I change the thing there.
Am I even human? I'm not even used
Yeah, that's the thing.
to this no more. Isn't
And then I have to change this regex to find the one that I want.
that more than I was before?
Which is gonna be these things here, which I don't know how to say. whatever is inside of this. Damn, I'm so dumb. What I should have done is search for HTML parser for Rust and then try to use that to do what I'm doing now. But I guess it's fine because I learn a lot by doing. But probably if I had to start over, it's probably better to do that. Because someone probably already figured this out, and what I have is HTML text. It's the same structure at least. But I don't remember if I searched for that, but I think not, but yeah, it's whatever. Let me search for this to see if it exists. Maybe, I'm not sure if this is the same thing though, but I'm gonna try to use this as well. Yeah, damn, I should have used this instead. But maybe it doesn't work with different tags. Yeah, but what I should have done is probably download this and then see the source code and try to modify the source code for my case. Yeah, that's the problem because, well, actually, maybe it does work. After I'm done with the thing that I'm doing, then I'm gonna try to download this and see if it works. And then I can compare what I did with the source code of this stuff here. Source. Oh, it's just the source of the documents. Doesn't have the source code of the The library, maybe in different. HTML parser DOM. Yeah, I'm not sure if this would work for what I'm trying to do, but maybe it does. Let's see the grammar. It's probably one back. Maybe I saw grammar there somewhere. Go back to this. It's crate grammar, so it's another crate. There is a site for all the crates. I don't remember. Maybe you should just search for that instead. Or I think it's this one actually. Where is the site? Oh, whatever. I'm losing focus from what I'm doing, so let me go back. And the problem is that I couldn't find anything. I have to copy the line. I don't think I have the line saved as text. Okay. I'm gonna put this on the other screen so I don't have to keep doing this. I'm just gonna type this. What if I did the other way? Yeah, so the question is, how do I exclude this stuff there. I can split later, but it would be better if I could exclude this thing here. And it doesn't work. I suck at regex, so. Problem is, if I don't put, then obviously I'm not gonna get the pattern that I want. So it might be easier to just pass like this and then I split at the end there. Because it's gonna be the same pattern, all I have to do is split by this one, and yeah, but then I have to split on both of them because they are different. Because then if I split, I'm gonna get 2 strings, but the other one is gonna be this, so I'm gonna have to split again to remove this one. Let's try this. Oh, nice. So this works. Seems like it works. Yeah, but I'm still... Yeah, but... Oh no, it's the same thing actually then. Because I'm still getting the other one here. That doesn't work. But I don't think I have a choice there because I think any pattern that I get is gonna include the symbols there, the little arrows. I don't know how to call them. All answers are the same. Don't choose the HTML parser. Oh, there we go. Nice. Oh, it looks like it doesn't catch anything though. Yeah, it doesn't catch anything. What if I escape this? Yeah, but I don't think it's gonna work. It doesn't do anything. I'm gonna use this one, I think. It doesn't look like I'm gonna find anything better. And then all I have to do is in this here, I split by based on the pattern. The problem is that I'm gonna have to split twice. This is gonna be V1. To remove the two things there and then place two here. Now this should work, I think. So I'm gonna pass the text, and which is the line, and then I'm gonna get the whatever is inside of the whatever is the text for the line. I'll go back to what I was doing before. Find cards. And now, yeah, now I'm gonna see. Oh, I should mark that position. I always forget that. It returns a string and cards. Okay, so luckily it works. Oh, I just realized that I did the name wrong there. And then this returns a string. Yeah, I'm gonna run this, and then if it works, then I can match other types here. I'm gonna put the thing here to panic. And then the other type is gonna be flop turn and river. Yeah. Okay, bunch of problems. Okay. So let me fix the easy ones first, which is these ones. Oh, actually, I changed the rounds, I think. Yeah, the reason why I changed the round was because... Oh, but let me think. Yeah, maybe it is easier. It was because of the lifetime, but now I don't remember if it's necessary or not, because the rounds are one thing and the player cards are another thing. So maybe I should change back the... Yeah, but then that's the issue, because I guess I changed it because of the function. Because I'm gonna call the function and I'm gonna pass the value of the function to the rounds, to the cards of the rounds. So yeah, that's why it's probably better to do it as a string. So I think it does make sense to leave it like this. Yeah, so these are the easy ones probably. Then hand values, line type. Okay, is the string and not 280. I mean, I didn't return anything on the foreign cards. Am I not returning here? Oh, I guess I didn't. I fucked up this match here. Probably when I was erasing the other stuff. Daytime. $198. I don't understand why I'm getting... Oh, maybe it's because it didn't close the match. Yeah, I'm gonna try to run again because... $486. What is one? And now is the same problem that I had there before. Because this returns a string and then I'm trying to match, and if I do this, it's not gonna work as well. Because it's gonna say that I'm passing a string and not a string slice. So maybe I should just search for how to convert string into string slice somewhere else. I think it's just from string. Yeah, from string. Maybe I can just maybe it's probably a hacky thing, but I can just create another thing here. And it's on the card type. Yeah, but it's still because the issue is gonna be the lifetime thing, I think. And I think before I do that, I'm gonna try to make this as a string slice.
Will we find it here? Keep on guessing, but
I don't think I did this actually. I'm not sure.
keep on running till we disappear.
Now let me try to. There's more errors there as well.
See, it's right in front of me.
Okay, explanation. String slice. Let me try this.
Every minute that I wanna be.
Yeah, so seems to work. 203.
The more I want to know, the more I hesitate. 'Cause when your eyes are closed, I'm dreaming wide awake.
Oh, I forgot the exclamation.
For about to lose control, about to
One of 8 possible tokens.
don't have to take it slow. Now that we're in so deep.
Oh, I'm putting this on the wrong thing. Yeah, now should work.
It's coming over me. We're only seeing what we wanna see. Counting seconds till we're out of reach. So far from
Yeah, almost break time.
lost my mind.
So something went wrong.
Memories I left behind.
304.
Look like on the other side.
Oh, it's because of the thing.
So far
Nice. So it seems should be working. But I don't know why it's printing
I hesitate.
a bunch of empty things here.
Closed, I'm dreaming wide awake. So what are we waiting for? About to lose control, about to feel the heat.
Now, why is printing?
Get slow now that we're
Oh, I guess it's because it prints every time, so it's an empty string.
so what are we waiting
But why would it be an empty string?
for?
Yeah, maybe that doesn't make sense. I wonder if it's something that I have to think about or it doesn't really matter that much. Because it shouldn't be printing anything here. And it's printing the same value twice, then sure. It's probably something that I'm printing somewhere that I forgot. And this stuff is necessary because I'm reading the file. So guys, I can just do this. No, so it's probably this. Well. Yeah, but it means that it's not getting any value. That's the problem. I guess it is printing. Let me change this to text here and see what happens. Yeah, it's probably printing this stuff here. So I'm gonna have to change the stuff that I'm doing here. I'm gonna print text and then I'm gonna print the pattern here inside, just see what I'm getting. Or this pattern slice here. I remember it took me some time as well to figure this out because it wasn't working for several different reasons. Yeah, so that was the stuff that wasn't printing there. So let me copy this. Print here. I'm gonna delete. So I'm gonna have to use the other thing. I think this one probably works. It doesn't. No, so I am getting the correct pattern, I think. Yeah, maybe I should print var value instead. So it's probably here the mistake that I'm doing. Because in my mind what I should be getting is this, whatever is inside here. Oh, the other stuff, there's still a bunch of stuff that I have to do actually. Even after I create the hands and upload to the file, because then I'm gonna have all the... I'm gonna have to build a mapping of the hands, a hash map or something like that to create the game, and then build the lines and communicate with file, which is also gonna be really hard. Yeah, so it looks like I'm getting the correct thing here. So it's probably here, the mistake. I don't know if I can print a vector like this. Yeah. So let me do this. Oh, but this is gonna be a vector anyway. And var value is empty. Or I have an idea. Oh, so it does look like I'm getting the correct thing. That's weird. Hmm. Oh, it's probably because this is viewed as a character, maybe? Or no, it's because... No, but this is a string. Yeah, it has to be a string. Because I'm able to print it. Because even if this is viewed as connected to this, it doesn't matter because it's still supposed to be split based on this pattern. I'll think about this later. I'm gonna take a break, go eat something, and when I come back, I'm gonna practice Dutch typing for hours. Maybe 15 minutes or something like that. And then I'll go back to trying to figure this out. So I'll be right back. I'll be right back. think I'm gonna remove the camera for now because it's not that late here, but it's kind of dark. So I'm gonna wait until it's dark to turn on the lights again. To turn on the lights and put the camera again. And I'm gonna practice touch typing now. I think for 15 minutes, and then I'll go back to the stuff that I was doing. Just mark down here what I ate. Oh, actually, let me put the music first.
Embrace me. Let's lose the weight and feel the space between. Divide me. Combine me. Melting down our skins into our wildest dreams.
It's really addictive to practice this for some reason. I think it's actually also good because it teaches you how to be on the flow state more. Because the faster you try to go, the slower you are. And usually when you focus more on accuracy, you get faster. So it's a good thing to train yourself to stop trying to get to the future. I also beat my record some time ago, but not by much. And I got, at least for 1 second, I was able to type at 194 words per minute. So it definitely, I don't know how to say this, but it's something like you're able to see that it's actually possible to do it. When obviously it's just 1 second, but it doesn't matter because I was able to get there for. So it means that it's at least I'm capable of achieving that speed at some point. Don't know how long it's gonna take, but probably a very long time. But eventually I might be able to maintain that speed. Yeah, this one is the one that I beat. And it really depends on the day. Now I don't think I'm gonna be that fast because my fingers are cold. Oh, so many mistakes. And the mistakes kill me because I just make too many mistakes. Just try to go faster than I can too often. It's because a little bit it's because of the keyboard as well. Because some keys on this keyboard are kind of stuck. No, don't know if that's the right way to say it, but maybe I should do the longer time frame and the. Well, actually, this is the long time frame. This one I also started training on this one because it seems like it forces you more to be more accurate. Maybe I'll do this one. This one also I always type a lot slower. I'm not really sure why. I think it's because of the text. And when you have special characters in uppercase, it's a lot harder to type faster. I think this is enough for this one. I'm gonna go back to this. Fuck. Fuck. We'll put punctuation on numbers as well. Focus more on accuracy rather than speed.
Yeah.
Let's go back to the thing. We're gonna spend 15 minutes. Then I'll take a break again. Okay, so here I'm not getting a value here. I need to figure out why. I wish I can print. I'm gonna search for this. How to print. probably because of the tie. No, because bar value is supposed to be string slice as well. So V1 should be a string slice. So this should work as well. What if I can't print V2? That's the problem. Oh, yeah, that's why it's V0, not. That's what I'm doing wrong there. Because it's gonna be the first element. Damn, I'm so dumb. I guess it's because I'm getting tired already as well. Yeah, I think 2 more breaks. I think I'm almost 4 hours in now. So 2 more breaks probably should get maybe, yeah, when I get to 5 hours I think I'm probably gonna stop. So 1 hour for now. Oh, maybe more actually. Yeah, okay, now I'm getting the correct pattern. So let me think. Yeah, now let me go back to this. So pockets. The other type is gonna be flop. Turn river. Yeah, so now I have to think about what I'm gonna do when it is the... Yeah, I'm just gonna put on the rounds. But now it gets complicated. That's the thing. I guess I can do the same thing that I did for the players, I can do for the rounds. I initialize the round first and then I change the value. That's the way. So instead of doing rounds street pre-flop here, I'm not gonna need a... Now that I think about it, I don't need to do this on the actions because the cards come first. And the type is already on the cards. Ah. Yeah, so it's probably easier than I thought initially. So I think all I have to do is this. And then obviously I change there. And then I can remove this from... Let me mark this and then go back. No, back. Okay, this can just type this. Wow. Oh, and also forgot to change the name. Pre-flop, flop, turning river. Where is it? Sure. Now this one I just erase from here. And do I have the flop? And flop here. And then I update on the, just make sure that I change the turn as well. Yeah, flop and turn. And river. Yeah, then here, what I do is just plop dots. I mark this, go here. Flop cards. Yeah, maybe I don't even need to put this stuff here. I'm thinking if that's all that I need to do here. Yeah, if it's pocket, then it matches the players. Yeah, I think I can remove this. Yeah. Let me see if this runs. Oh, I did the wrong thing there again. It's round equals. Fuck. Forgot to mark the position there. And 3 onions. I don't know if I put this as not mute, then I think I'm probably not gonna be able to change the values inside. Don't know if that's the case though. Yeah, it's complaining because of this, but here I'm doing the same thing. So I don't understand. Yeah, what's the difference? Oh, it's because I'm moving the value. Partially assign here after move. Hmm. Because the action comes first. 70 teacher. Action. The action should come after the cards though. So is the matching that is incorrect, I think. Yeah, because round 1 is not the flop, that's the thing. Round 2 is the flop. So this should actually be pre-flop here as well. Because both this and this are pre-flop. And I need to create action for both of them, I think, because I'm gonna pass that action into the player. Yeah, I'm gonna push the action to the player. So even though it feels useless to put 2 pre-flops here, and also it feels useless to put pre-flop in the first place because it doesn't have any cards, I think I have to put there. It doesn't matter, I think. Pre-flop. Flop. Looks like the turn is incorrect as well. Well, so it's not. Yeah, that was a mistake, but it's not only that is a problem. Yeah. So the problem again is the lifetime. Because I'm initializing outside of the loop, and then I have to think about how the cycle works each time. It's very difficult to think about. Because in my mind it should work, because here I think it's saying that I'm assigning the value after it's moved. In previous iteration. So I guess it's when it hits. No, but it's not when it hits the other round, because the preflop is also incorrect, which is 234. And the problem with this is that it's making me think that the other ones, even though it's running, it might be incorrect as well, which is a huge problem. Because then I might have to do everything, think about everything again, which is a pain in the ass. I think this problem is because of the reassignment of each loop, I think. Oh, it's because I'm not making the rounds. Yeah, I'm not cleaning the rounds and the players. Maybe that's why. So when I reassign the values, maybe that's what I have to do. I'm gonna try it because there's nothing to lose. So yeah, I'm gonna pass all of this stuff here. Oh, I think I did something. No, it's correct. Because once it reaches here, the hand is finished. But then if this works, then I should probably not initialize them here. But then I think I'm gonna get a compiler issue there, because this value might not be hit before the other ones. So I think it's gonna complain. Yeah, let me try like this and see what happens. Still fucks it up. Or actually, if I remove this from here, let's player. What if I do it like this? is this? 260. Curvature. Delete this. Yeah, it still doesn't work. Need 358. This reinitialization might get skipped. Yeah, that's the stuff that I was thinking that was gonna warn me about because I'm placing the if statement. Hmm. So how do I resolve this? So let me remove this. What? Oh, it's on another file. Warnings are kind of annoying. Yeah, so the problems here is that I have to figure out how to reinitialize this in a way that the compiler is not gonna complain. And it is the thing that I was thinking about before, which is the mistake that I'm getting here, which is that for each iteration of the loop, because I'm reassigning the values, I was wondering if the main ones are going to be, because each one is going to be a hand, and then I'm going to append the hand to a vector. So in the next iteration, when I change the value and the previous value is already inside of the vector, I was thinking about how is that gonna work, because there might be a chance that this happens, where even though it's not giving me any mistakes, I'm actually getting the same values, or the value is changing every time for the same thing inside of the vector, instead of creating a new one. But it's a very difficult thing to think about because I don't know how in Python I think this would work fine, I think. Because if you initialize in Python, it becomes the whatever value you put. I've done this plenty of times, I think, in Python. Especially with lists, where you append a bunch of things, then you make the list empty by reinitializing inside of the loop. And it works. But here, because I have to think about the lifetimes and the references and pointers, I don't think it... maybe it works, but then I have to think about this stuff here. What if I assign the value instead of passing? Yeah, let me try that. That might work. Yeah, but this is, even if it works, I don't think it's gonna give me problems later, I think. Yeah. I can change the type, obviously, but I think I'm gonna get problems later. Because I'm not solving the fundamental problem, which is the reinitialization of the values. But maybe it works. Maybe I should try to do that. Because I know I'm gonna reinitialize, so it might be just a problem with the compiler being safe. Because it is true that if for some reason the text doesn't have these players here, then it screws up everything. But because I know the format of the text, I know that the players are always going to be here. And the issue with not using players and using something else like a flag variable or something like that, is obviously going to change. The whole information is going to change for each hand. And there's no way to create a heuristic for dealing with all of the possible combinations of actions and players. I mean, there is a way, but then it gets ridiculous because I have to think about all the variations, so I don't think it's practical. Maybe there's another way that I'm not thinking about. I guess I can use a hash map as well. So I use a hash map, then initialize everything based on keys on the hash map, and then I check for the keys. Yeah, but that's... I also don't think that is that isn't gonna solve anything, I think. Let me put the reference here and see if it works. Then I'll think about it. So the action. Yeah, that's it. It doesn't work because what I'm doing is I'm gonna get the reference, and then it's gonna change each time. That's the thing. So even if it runs, it doesn't work because this is just gonna point to the value that is outside of the loop, and then I'm reassigning the value each time, which is gonna change the initial action, I think. That's the problem. So the action still exists inside of the player for each iteration, but then the values are changing each loop, which makes the round change, and it doesn't work. But let me see if the compiler is gonna complain about this. Yeah, lifetime. Okay, so it still complains. That's less bad because it means that there's a higher chance that the players are not incorrect. Because I'm actually reassigning them at the end, so it doesn't matter. Oh, I guess the difference between this and the player is that I'm using the value multiple times. Huh. Yeah, because I'm creating multiple different actions. And the players is not a problem because it's only one player for each loop, each cycle. So it doesn't matter. That's why it's saying that it doesn't implement the trait clone. Because every time I initialize here, I move through this object. I move the value to this object here. And the same thing happens when I do it with the player, but then with the player it doesn't matter because I'm only moving one object at a time because there's only one player and one action for each player, or several actions but one vector for each player of actions. So I think I understand now. So I don't think that the player part is a problem because I'm gonna reinitialize the players at the correct time, so it doesn't really matter. The only problem with this is that I create multiple different actions for the same struct that is done outside the loop. And then what was the problem with initializing them? Well, the problem was the cards. That was the problem. Yeah, so maybe I initialize the round for each. Initialize the round for each thing inside of here, and then after that, after I just make the cards here instead of making the are here. I just put the cards in a variable or something like that, and then I initialize the variables outside. I'm trying to think if that's gonna be a problem, because I'm gonna... Yeah, let me search if I can clone strings. I'm gonna do this first and then I think about it. And now I'm wondering if I can erase this stuff from here. I think I'm gonna do that. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Then maybe later I put this again there. Let me run this again, just to see if I didn't erase anything by mistake. Now what I'm thinking about doing is creating a string instead of creating these rounds here, and then I can remove the rounds from here as well. Oh, actually, that's a good idea. It's probably even better. Yeah, why didn't I think about that? I still think I'm gonna have the same problem, because I'm gonna be initializing the strings for the cards outside of the scope there. But it doesn't matter, because I can clone them. I can clone this string, I think, for the value of the cards. And I just realized as well that I don't need to, I can do that here, and it doesn't matter because it's gonna reinitialize each time, I think. So I don't have to declare outside of the loop. It's weird that it works here as well. I guess it's just because of the cards. Well, but preflop doesn't have cards. So why doesn't it complain now that I'm using the preflop here? Don't understand that. Oh, it's probably because I'm not changing. Yeah, but I'm not changing here as well. Yeah, I don't understand why he complains there. But it doesn't complain now. And it doesn't make any sense, sure. I'll test if this runs first. Then I'm gonna remove the initializations there from the top. It's probably gonna work. Yeah, just panics because of the thing. So now, let me think. Yeah, I'm gonna remove these ones from here. I should probably put round here as well. Test if this runs. So it doesn't run. Oh, actually, let me think. Yeah, I forgot here, so maybe it does run. So now what I'm gonna try to do, I'm gonna initialize here because I think it is gonna complain if I do it here. Cards. Yeah, let me first I'm gonna put cards there and then I'm gonna see if it complains or not. Oh, actually, let me think. No, I'm tripping. Yeah, I have to create the flag variable because I don't have any variable to store the cards. Maybe I should create 3 different ones, one for each thing. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. And probably this. Now should probably make it as a string instead of a string slice. It's returning a string. I'm gonna make it as a string because it's easier. I actually don't need the preflop one because it's gonna be an empty string. Oh, I forgot. Let me see if this runs first. Then I'll obviously change the cards there. Okay, this runs. So if I make it equal to empty string there in the beginning, it's probably gonna work. Go to line 20, erase this stuff so I don't get this warning. All hands. I don't understand why I'm getting that error. It's probably on other file. Not sure how to tell. Because it is used here. I'm just gonna change the name so I stop getting this annoying warning. Whatever. Yeah, so if I make it equal to an empty string in the beginning there, it's probably gonna work. But then I'm not, if I equalize here, but then I'm not sure if it is the correct thing to do. 'Cause I think the only reason why the compiler is complaining is because it's the way that I designed the stuff. He's saying that it might hit the checkpoints there and there is no value, but because I know the structure, I know that there will be a value. But it's one of those things that if there isn't, then I'm kind of screwed because yeah. No, actually, I wouldn't be screwed if I didn't initialize this here, because then it would just break the thing. But in this case, when I initialize to empty string, there might be a chance that one of the hands or multiple different hands get the flop and there's no cards or the turn or whatever, because it's just an empty string. Yeah, so I guess I'll do this and whatever. I'm curious to see if it's gonna run as well, or if there are other problems. Yeah, same thing from again. Fuck. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to think a lot more. So it's not implement the copy trains. Oh, it's on another file. That's the warning. Yeah. So how can I solve this? The easy thing to do would be to search for something that has the copy trait and then try to figure out a way around that so I can get the format, but I don't think this is a last resort, I think, solution. I have to think about how I can make work with what I have now. I don't understand why he moves the value. I kinda do understand actually, but it's not intuitive, let's say. It's moving the value because it attaches the value to this object here. But then, yeah. Because in my mind, yeah, but that's the thing about the copy, right? Because the way that I think that you should maintain the value there as long as it exists, if that makes sense. Putting a lifetime I also don't think is gonna work because it's still the same issue there. The problem is not the lifetime, I think, is the amount of times that we're gonna use. Let me wait. No, it's still empty. So the question is, how do I get the cards? How do I persist the cards for the moments when I'm creating the action? How do I get the cards and the action simultaneously? Oh, I think I have an idea. I should do the round instead. Yeah, but it's gonna be a problem because I'm gonna have to redo everything. So I should put the round as the main scope and then move the actions and the cards inside of the rounds. That's more efficient. But I'm not sure if it changes. Oh, it does change because then I can initialize everything in the scope of the round. But maybe it still will complain because I'm gonna be reusing the... Or maybe not actually. Because there's only one card for a round. I'm thinking about multiple different things that I can do here. Because the question is how to maintain the value. The thing is, for each action I need the cards. For each action. Why do I need the cards for each action? Maybe that's the problem. Because I need the round. Maybe changing that is easier actually. What if I just put bat and ID in the action? That would be much easier. And then I put the cards on the player instead. The player already has cards here. Let's see. Okay, so the player cards are okay. The problem is the rounds. Oh yeah, I'm so dumb. I can just separate the cards, the rounds from this. And then instead of putting the rounds on the action, I put the rounds on the hand. It makes a lot more sense. Yeah, I put hands, vector of rounds. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. And what name should I put for this? Vac of type rounds. Type game. I guess this is fine. But then it might be an issue because I might be just delaying the problem because I'm gonna have the same problem when I do the hands. But I think this design is actually better because otherwise I'm gonna repeat. Either way is better because otherwise I'm repeating the rounds on each action. It doesn't make a lot of sense. It makes a lot more sense for the hand to hold the rounds along with the players, and then the players hold the actions. That makes a lot more sense. So now let me erase the whole thing that I did there. All of the actions. Just make sure if that's the first one. Let me run and see if I get any mistakes. Oops. Actually. I think it's gonna run. So the next thing is to change these things here. Also, I'm gonna remove this as well. I forgot what the round needs. Street and cards. Actually, I'll delete this first. Oh. Wow. Darn. Now, why does it feel that this is... I guess it's just the length of the letter. Because it feels this one's more distanced from this one than this one is from this one. Oh, okay, I messed this up here. That's why. Yeah, now it's probably correct. So after creating the round for each one, then I append the round to the hand at the end, in the bottom here. But the thing that is concerning me is if I do the hand, then what's gonna happen, because it might mess everything up and then it's gonna be a giant problem. I'm not sure if I'm gonna work all the way back or redo everything if it doesn't work. I think what I might just do is just do it in Python instead, because I know it's gonna be a lot easier to do it in Python. Or I might even look into the parsers thing here. I do think that I'm gonna finish this because I'm curious to see the results. I think it's gonna be very useful to build the simulations and learn how to interact with Pio programmatically, build the simulations and see the results. I think that's gonna be really useful. So I do think that I'm gonna finish this. But I don't want to spend a lot of time, though, that's the thing. So I might, if it starts taking too long, I might just look for easier alternatives. Yeah, so now the last thing to do is the hand. I think everything else is done. I should probably put mutes. Maybe I'll do it like this. Easier to see. Oh, he's actually messed this up. It's like this. Yeah, that's the tricky thing. How I'm gonna do this. I don't think I should. Maybe I should just initialize this player like this. Because, or maybe not actually, because I'm gonna be changing the values of these ones as well. The other thing that I didn't see, I think I deleted the thing that I did here of reinitializing the players here. Oh, and I forgot to do this as well. Gotta remember. I was almost forgetting. Almost forgot. Yeah, now it's initializing all the players. Ships and names. What else does the player have? Name, ships, and actions. Yeah, I need to make the actions equal to a vector, empty vector. Because those are the ones that I'm gonna be appending and not reinitializing each time. Hopefully it still works. In the positions it doesn't matter because maybe I should reinitialize everything now that I think about it, just to be cleaner, because if a player doesn't play in the rounds, then it's still gonna exist with a different position inside of the hand. So maybe I should reinitialize everything. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. Oh. It's probably safer as well. Let me see if this still runs. It should trade. There's some. Yeah, I added this stuff now, so I may break because of this. I'm gonna have to initialize the hand with these players here. I guess it doesn't matter that much. Okay, it works. And I think I'm optimistic, I think it's gonna work because it doesn't matter if I initialize because I'm changing the players anyway. So when I change the players in here, it's gonna change inside of the hand as well automatically because it's the same ones. You might complain about me using the players though on the hand. And then in here what I'm gonna do is make the hand equal to the initial values as well. And before I do that, in the beginning here I'm gonna create a vector outside and I'm gonna append the hand to the vector. But that might be, I think that's where it might give me problems because it's gonna be the same thing about the cloning thing because I'm reinitializing the same values, so that might be a very big problem, I think. And I think what I'm gonna do is spend a bunch of time researching because there must be a way in my mind that this works. Because it's a very common pattern to create dictionaries and append the dictionaries to a list. You can create the dictionaries inside of a loop and then append them to a list. So, which is what I'm thinking. At least that's how I envision it in my mind. And I'm creating this nested object, which is the hands, and then I'm appending that to the list. Yeah, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna take a break after. Yeah, I'm gonna take a small break of 10 minutes. Then I think I'm gonna spend um, 30 minutes trying to see the hand thing, which is probably gonna give me hopefully not, but I think based on the error I got there previously, I think it might be a very big problem with the hand. And I'm already tired, so I don't wanna. I don't actually feel like doing this part. I actually feel like working, so I think I'm gonna do the last 30 minutes and then I'll stop. It's probably better. So yeah, here we mark this. I don't think I need, but I'll go like this, easier. Yeah, I'm gonna run this, see if it works still. What? Oh. There we go. Oh, so it's a reference. Hmm. And now let me think about it. Should I make the reference or not? Or maybe the issue, if I don't make it as a reference, is that it's gonna use the value and then I'm not gonna be able to reassign. But I think I'm gonna try that first. See if it works. Oh. Yeah, that's the thing. fuck. Well, let me see if the other way is gonna work, but I have a feeling that is not. That's gonna be a very big problem. I also forgot to create player 6, but I'll do that later. I don't know why it's warning me though. Oh, it works. I don't see why it wouldn't work, so after adding the player 6, so I'm gonna reinitialize the values here. That should be after this one. Multiple fields are never ran. And the other warnings are fine. So it does work. Just gotta see.
No matter what you think you did wrong, she knew she had to go all along.
Maybe I shouldn't play this music. I'm concerned about this warning because I don't know exactly what it means. So if it means that I'm not using the things here, then it's a problem. I'm 29, but I guess it's in the beginning. Oh, why? Yeah, it seems like I'm doing the correct way. I don't understand this. I'm getting this mistake. These ones are fine because it's still I'm not appending them to the hand. I think I'm gonna do that right now and see if it works. This should remove the warnings there, but I'm still gonna get the other ones. Just a little bit annoying. I'm gonna search for what would they mean. Oh, now the problems. No, so this is why it wasn't getting any errors there. Because I wasn't interacting with the hand, I think.
Step from side to side, bodies gently moving. I let myself fly this time. Dance for miles and miles.
Fuck.
Crowd's been slowly growing, but it's only you I see this time. We're going in out deeper down and round we go. Never-ending rivers wind us to the floor. Keep holding all the deeper down and round we go. Never-ending rivers wind us to the floor. They drop us way down low. Drop us way down low. They drop us way down low. They drop us way down
So what should I do now?
We're going in out deeper down and round we go. Never-ending rivers wind us to the floor. Keep holding all the deeper down and round we go. Never-ending rivers wind us to the floor. We're going in out deeper.
I forgot which problem I was getting when I didn't borrow the player. I think I'm gonna try that and see what happens. But it's exactly what I was thinking that is gonna happen because of all the borrow and that kind of stuff. Because when the players interact with the hands, and because I'm reinitializing the values for each loop, each cycle. It messes up everything. Messes up all the borrows and yeah. Maybe there must be an easier way to do this. The difficult thing is that I don't know how to search for this. That's the problem, because it's a very complicated. It's very difficult to phrase it. How to keep values in the cycle. How to deal with the borrows of a cycle or something like that.
You've done, I think you've done enough. Hands around my neck, you got a lot of nerve coming round here without a reason to love me. And all that you've done, with all that you've done, I think you've done enough. All that you've done, all that you've done, all that you've I know what it's like to be hopeless. Know what it feels.
I forgot on this one.
No, it's a slow process. It takes time to love yourself and get to know somebody. The longer you wait, the better it makes.
Fuck.
The longer you wait, feels like this. Hands around my neck. You got a lot of nerve coming round here without a reason to love me. And all that you've done, with all that you've
I also think it's not gonna work. I'm just curious about the error that I'm gonna get.
you got a lot of nerve coming round here without a reason to love me.
35.
And all that you've done, with all that you've done, I think you've done enough. All that you've done, all that you've done,
Oh. Should have erased the lifetime.
you got a lot of nerve coming round here without a reason to love me. And all that you've done, with all that you've done, I think you've done enough.
Waited so long, thought you never come. You prove me wrong, 'cause out of nowhere it felt so right. If I could go back in time, what I would do is love you sooner. I wish I was there for you. Wish I was holding you closer than close every day of your life. Wish I was there for you. And I wish that you were there for me too. Wish I was there for you.
Same thing about the move.
Wish I was there for you.
I have an idea. You can just initialize the hand at the end. I don't need to initialize here. Oh, but then, yeah, that's the problem with the actions there. The problem is the streets.
I lose my mind going back in time where you mine or mine. Oh, so many tears, wishing that you were already here. Baby, that's how it needed to
Let me
be.
think.
You took it.
Because I think I can... Let me see if I initialize these two players. Archer player.
Cause when we're together, there's so much to love and so little time. I wish I was there for you. Wish I was holding you closer than close every day of your life. Wish I was there for you. But I wish that you were there for me too. Wish I was there for you. Wish I was there for you. Wish I was there for you. But I wish that you were there.
What? Oh, I guess he's inside of the thing now. Let me think. Should 39. That's this one here. So I can't initialize with an empty value, I guess. What I'm thinking about doing here is if I can figure out a way to just attach the actions for each one. Maybe I'll do that actually. I create a vector outside. I don't need the whole thing. Yeah, that's a good idea. Because that way I only append to the vector. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Analyzing biometrics,
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a separate vector
customizing your experience.
and I'm gonna initialize the vector outside of the loop, then I'm gonna append the streets to the vector. And then here I initialize the hand with the players. And I pass the vector, then I empty out, reinitialize all the players, reinitialize the hand. And yeah, I do exactly what I'm doing here, but and this, instead of putting it back here, I put the value of the vector. And then I reinitialize the hand. Then I append the hand. Appends the hand to the hand vectors. Reinitialize. Aligns. And okay, so
Old school, new school. It's just one school. Just one school. Just one school.
hopefully this works. So rounds, streets, one. So rounds, here. I wonder if it's gonna give me the same problem then, but I don't think. Hopefully not. rounds, initialize. Yeah, then I would append there, and here. Oh, actually, this comes first. Comes here. Then I append the hand here. And I reinitialize here. Oh. True 55. Fuck. Doesn't work. Tolerance. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do then. Oh, here it wouldn't be that. Oh, actually, I don't need to reinitialize here. It doesn't make sense because the players are changing. Oh, but that's the problem. That's the issue. What if I borrow the players now? Yeah, but yeah, I think maybe if I borrow the players, it works. I guess I'm just gonna write the vector. Maybe not, actually. Maybe it's better to change the other stuff first. I'm thinking about making this a borrow again, and then borrow the players. Well, let me see if I get this correct. Oh, actually, maybe I'm doing this on the wrong place. Yeah, maybe I should put the backslash here. Let's see if this solves. Because I'm only supposed... Well, but maybe not actually, let me think. Maybe I'll do these things on 2 different places actually. I reinitialize the hands at the end here. And reinitialize the players here in the beginning. Let me think. And then I don't need to reinitialize the hand twice as well. I do need to reinitialize the vector though. And instead of doing this, I have to reinitialize rounds instead. Then rounds would be... Yeah, but that's the issue that I'm having, is that I'm thinking about passing the values, but I'm gonna have to copy if I pass. That's the problem. Because the whole way that I'm thinking is incorrect, I think. Because I didn't realize... Because I never think about that when I'm programming in Python, where if I pass the values here, I don't think about it as if I'm giving that specific value to the object itself, and then I can't use the same value anywhere else. The way that I think about it is I have the value there, and then I can use whenever I want, because that's how it works in Python. I guess it doesn't work the same way, but they probably do some stuff under the hood to handle that I don't understand. That's what I guess is happening. So for example, if I put a value of b equals 10 in Python, then I can use b everywhere else in the code. But here the problem that I'm getting is after I use b one time instead of this, then I can't reuse it again, and that's the issue. Because then the whole way that I'm thinking about it just doesn't work. That's the problem. I do think there must be a way to make it work, but I don't know. I'll have to think about how to research this as well, because it's kind of a difficult thing to search for. And there isn't a lot of videos out there about for Rust. And here I would have to do also. Where's the other one? This is what I'm thinking about doing. Is that way the hands only initialized after the players have been determined. I'm not sure if that's the best way. No, it doesn't work. Yeah, it doesn't work. Because then I'm gonna append the hand only with the players. It doesn't work. So scratch this. I have to initialize there. I have to initialize here.
I do as you please. My heart falls right out of my sleeve. No other words.
And then it is the same problem because I'm using these values here. Or change this to this. Because I wasn't thinking about the first loop. I was thinking about from the second loop, where I already have all the stuff for all the players. But maybe if I erase, but then if I erase the players from here, I think I'm gonna have problems everywhere else in the code because of the way that I did everything. The player seat here. And that's the issue. So let me think. What can I do? The biggest issue is that maybe the way that I did the players as well is incorrect, and then everything is incorrect, which means I have to do everything again. That's the biggest problem. I'm updating the values then.
To love you, to love.
Maybe there's a way to... Yeah, but I feel like anything that I do with the players before reinitializing them, I think is gonna have problems. There are gonna be problems with that. Because I'm essentially reinitializing the same object. So when I pass the player to something outside, it's gonna be reinitialized as well. Or it's not gonna work because it's gonna complain about this borrowing and stuff. Because I'm passing this to another somewhere else. So how do I solve this? I'm trying to think about good ways to also frame this in questions that I can search for later. I think the core of the issue is the borrowing. Understanding how to clone objects or borrow them or move them to other parts using the same object to move them. I wonder if I remove... Yeah, but then... Because the problem is if I remove this from here and I initialize them here instead of this pattern here, it also doesn't work. Because then the compiler is gonna complain that it might not hit this point, and then I'm not gonna have the values, even though I know that I will because of the way that this is structured. The compiler is not gonna allow me to do that, I think. That's the issue. Yeah, one option that I have is... So the first option that I have is just search for how to do this, or think about how to borrow and make it work. The second option that I have is to do everything on Python first, the way that I'm thinking, because it's gonna be very easy in Python, because in Python I know that if I don't know, but I have a very high... I'm very confident that if I do it everything in the same way that I did here, but I do it in Python, then I'm gonna be able to do it, because then I can reinitialize everything, so I think it's gonna be far easier. So what I can do is translate everything to Python, see how it works on Python, and then from that try to go back to Rust from the stuff. After I make everything happen in Python, then I go back and try to change everything back to Rust. That's one idea. The second idea. I don't know if I have more ideas than that. The last option would be to redo everything in Rust. Like think about it from the beginning again, about how to structure. And actually the fourth option as well is to use the parser. Try to use an HTML parser. See if it works. But I wanna make this one work, because I think I'm so close, but yeah, it might be a fundamental problem. And I think it's very valuable for me to spend time trying to understand that, because this is the stuff that I don't train when I code in Python or JavaScript or any language like that. So it's a good opportunity to, and I feel like I'm already understanding a lot of the difference, because these other languages handle the reference and the borrowing for you, so you don't have to think about this stuff, which makes you do things that are bad but still work, which looks like it's a pattern that I got used to doing in Python, but it's probably not the best of reinitializing things. So the only natural conclusion is that there must be a different pattern that people use that is probably better to deal with this kind of problem that I'm, and it's a very frequent problem as well, of doing things on a loop, then passing those things into a list or something like that, and then using that list later on to other things. I think that's a very, very frequent, very common pattern. So there must be a different way to do it that is better than using the same object. And I think in Python you might create different objects as well. Maybe I'll search for how to clone a struct. The other thing that I didn't even think about until now is if I can use traits or implementations on those structs to add functionality, and then maybe that's a way. The other thing is macros that I don't know really well how they work, but I feel like those are more advanced, so it's gonna be harder to incorporate, I think, to find a solution. It feels like more of a stretch, I think. And I don't see... Yeah, I can't think of a reason why implementation or trait would be beneficial for what I'm doing. That's the thing. Because it's not like adding functions to the structs are gonna help. The whole thing that I'm trying to do is more about figuring out how the references work, I think. But maybe something related to self. If I create an implementation with self, and then there might be something I can do there to differentiate each player in each cycle. That might be a thing. Oh, I can use new. Maybe I can use new.
How can I be sorry if I don't know the crime? I should be mad cause you never told me why. Still, I can't seem to say goodbye. Ooh, yeah. When try to fall back, I fall back to you. When I talk to my friends, I talk about you. When the Hennessy's strong, I say it's you, it's you, it's you.
Let me see if I think it should be the correct way to write it. What the fuck is going on? I don't know what's going on. I don't know why it's going all the way there.
Keep the speakers on. It's low key a song. Keep the speakers on. It's low key a song.
I would create the hand here and then append to the vector. I think. Then these rounds is probably gonna be a problem as well. Because I'm using it here, then it's gonna complain that I'm trying to reassign the value here. And I'm not very confident that this new keyword is gonna work. Yeah. Oh yeah, so if I implement a trait or implement, then I can use new. Huh. So maybe I should implement. I should use implement. I think I'm gonna study these things off stream. But I think what I'm gonna do is create a trait and or a trait or implement, and then I'm gonna try to use this new keyword to generate a new one each cycle of the thing. The first one is gonna use these ones here. Oh, but I guess I can use the new keyword here as well. Because I'm gonna create a new one each cycle, so it doesn't matter. And I think this way it works because now, yeah. So I start here at the beginning of the cycle, create a new player for each one, then do all the things that I need to do there with the matches to get all the information for each one. And the only problem is gonna be this vector here that I'm not sure. But then I create the hand, then append the hand to a vector outside of the loop, then create a new player, and yeah, new player. Then this is gonna give me an error probably because I'm using the value here. But then maybe I can borrow this value. And it doesn't matter. Yeah, but then I'm not sure because I'm not sure if I borrow here and then I reinitialize the value, I think it's gonna change the initial value in the hand instead of the vector outside. So I don't think it's a good idea. I'm gonna have to search for how to clone the vector or something like that. So I can pass the clone here instead of passing this one. But I think this way is correct, probably. If I manage to create a new one for each cycle, I think it's gonna work. And then if I manage to clone this also. So if both of these things are possible, then I think it works. And then at the end, the only thing that is left to do is get the vector and write that vector into a file with all the information, which might not be easy as well. And then after that, you still have to connect everything to Python, to Pio solver, which is also going to be a challenge. So yeah. Trying to think if I'm missing anything. I wanted to finish this today, but I'm going for 6 hours already. I think it's too much. I still have other stuff to do off stream as well. So I think I'm gonna work on this off stream also. I'm gonna research these things. Hopefully next time I have the vector down and the cycle down at least, and then I can start working on the Pio part of it. So yeah, so I'm gonna stop here and don't know when I'm gonna come back, and I'm probably gonna continue to do this when I come back. So see you then.